before the people of Israel stepped into the Promised Land. Their great leader Moses stood on the edge of time, with a voice forged by wilderness and fire. He spoke words that were not just for a nation, but for all generations to come. Deuteronomy is that timeless testament, a call to remember, to obey, and to live under the covenant of the living God. Chapter 1. On the plains of Moab, with the Jordan flowing quietly before them, and the hills of the Promised Land rising in the distance, the people of Israel gathered to hear the voice of their leader one last time. Moses, aged yet unbroken, stood as a prophet at the edge of eternity. His eyes had seen fire on Sinai, rebellion in the desert, and manna falling from heaven. Now, before crossing into the inheritance promised to their fathers, he lifted his voice to remind them of the path they had walked and the covenant they must never forget. He began with the memory of Horeb, the mountain where the Lord first spoke his command. "You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Break camp, take your journey, and go to the land of the Amorites, to the plains, to the mountains, to the Negev, to the coast of the great sea. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess it, as the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob." These were words not only of command but of destiny, words that transformed slaves into heirs. But Moses reminded them of the burden that followed. The people had grown countless, as the stars once shone to Abraham, and he could not bear the weight of them alone. So he had appointed wise and discerning men as leaders, heads of tribes, commanders over thousands, over hundreds, over fifties, over tens. Justice was commanded to be pure, impartial, unbending before rich or poor alike, for judgment belonged to God alone. Israel had been shaped not just into a wandering people but into a nation governed by truth. Then his tone darkened. He recalled Kadesh Barnea, where the promise had stood within reach, but faith had faltered. The Lord had said, "Go up and take possession, for I have given it into your hands." Yet spies were sent to search the land, and though they returned with fruit in their hands, they also returned with fear in their hearts. They spoke of giants, of high walls, of foes too strong to face, and the people had trembled, whispering in their tents, "The Lord brought us out of Egypt because he hates us. He means to destroy us." In that moment, their fear drowned out their faith, though Joshua and Caleb cried, "Do not be afraid, for the Lord goes before you like a consuming fire." The people refused, and the Lord, grieved by their unbelief, declared that none of that generation would see the land, save Caleb, who had followed him wholly. Even Moses himself would not enter, for he too had failed to honor the Lord as holy. Only their children, whom they thought would perish, would live to see the promise. Yet in their stubbornness, some had taken up arms, saying, "We will go up and fight." But the Lord was not with them. They ascended into the hill country, and the Amorites came down upon them like swarming bees, striking them down from Seir to Hormah. Broken and weeping, they returned, but the Lord did not listen, and the door to Canaan remained closed. So they turned back into the wilderness, their feet tracing circles of dust for many years. The promise was delayed, not destroyed, held in waiting for a generation that would believe. And as Moses' voice faded over the camp, the people felt the weight of their father's failures and the trembling hope of their own destiny. Chapter 1 closed not as history alone, but as a living reminder that the covenant of God is life itself, and faith is the key that opens its gates. Chapter 2. And so, after the long years of circling in the wilderness, when the graves of the faithless had filled the desert sands, the voice of the Lord came again to Moses. You have wandered around this hill country long enough. Turn north. And the people obeyed. But the Lord warned them with a firm command. You will pass through the territory of your brothers, the descendants of Esau, who dwell in Seir. They will fear you, but you must not provoke them, for I have not given you even a footstep of their land. I have given Mount Seir as a possession to Esau. Buy food from them with silver. Buy water with silver. For I, the Lord your God, have blessed you in all the work of your hands. I have watched over your journey through this vast wilderness. These 40 years you have lacked nothing. Thus Israel passed in peace, not by the sword, but by obedience, for not every land was theirs to claim. Then the Lord spoke again. Do not harass Moab, nor provoke them to battle, for I have given Ar to the descendants of Lot as their inheritance. And later concerning Ammon he said the same. Do not contend with them, for their land is theirs by my decree. Moses reminded the people of the giants who once lived there, the Emim in Moab, the Rephaim in Ammon, towering and mighty. Yet they had been driven out, for the Lord had appointed new nations to rise in their place. What seemed impossible for men was nothing before the hand of the Almighty. These lessons were not merely history, they were signs, proof that God alone decides the boundaries of nations and the inheritance of peoples. But then came the day when the Lord commanded battle. Rise, set out, and cross the valley of Arnon. See, I have delivered Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, into your hands. Begin to take possession. Engage him in battle. Moses, still seeking peace, sent messengers with words of goodwill, asking only for passage through the land. Yet the heart of Sihon was hardened, for the Lord had delivered him into Israel's grasp. Sihon gathered his people, marched to Jahaz, and met Israel in battle. But the Lord gave him over, and Israel struck with power from Aroer on the edge of the Arnon Gorge to Gilead. No city was too strong, no wall too high. Every stronghold fell, every fortress crumbled, for the Lord himself fought for his people. Still, even in victory, restraint was commanded. Israel did not touch the land of Ammon, nor cross into what was not promised. Their conquest was not born of greed, but of covenant. Their victories were not proof of their strength, but of the Lord's will, and so the wilderness began to fade behind them. The days of wandering drew to a close. The people, listening to Moses, could feel it, the weight of failure, giving way to the fire of destiny. They were no longer merely a generation born in sand and dust. They were heirs standing at the threshold of promise, with the voice of their prophet carving faith into their hearts. Chapter 3. After the fall of Sihon, the people pressed forward, hearts trembling, yet burning with new courage. And Moses said, "Then we turned and went up the road toward Bashan. And Og, king of Bashan, came out against us with all his army to fight at Edrei. Og was no ordinary king. He was the last of the Rephaim, a giant whose stature made men quake, whose iron bed itself was more than 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. His name had spread in fear across the lands, and his armies filled the plains like a tide of iron. Yet the voice of the Lord rang clear, 'Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hand, along with his whole army and his land. Do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites.' And so the battle came. Israel rose with the fire of heaven at their side, and the Lord gave Og and all his people into their hands. They struck them down until none remained. From Argob in Bashan, 60 fortified cities fell, each with high walls, gates, and bars. Yet none could stand before the might of the Almighty. Every town of the plateau, all of Gilead, all of Bashan to Salakah and Edrei fell into Israel's possession. The land of the giants was silent at last, conquered not by human power but by divine decree. Moses reminded the people that this land, from Aroer by the Arnon Gorge to half of the hill country of Gilead, had been given to the tribes of Reuben and Gad, while the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, was given to the half-tribe of Manasseh. Jair the Manassite took the whole region of Argob, calling it Havoth Jair, while Machir received Gilead. Thus the land east of the Jordan was divided, and the promise began to unfold, piece by piece, into reality. But even as the land was apportioned, Moses charged them with a solemn duty. You, the warriors of these tribes, will not rest here while your brothers cross into the land of promise. You must go armed before them until the Lord gives rest to all his people, just as he has given to you. Only then shall you return to your inheritance. For covenant meant unity, and no tribe could sit satisfied while others still strove for their share. Then Moses recalled how he had pleaded with the Lord, "O sovereign Lord, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do the deeds and mighty works you do? Let me go over and see the good land beyond the Jordan, that fine hill country in Lebanon." But the Lord was angry with him because of the people, and he did not grant his request. Instead, he said, "Enough of this. Do not speak to me any more of this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah and look with your eyes west and north and south and east. Behold it with your sight. For you shall not cross this Jordan, but charge Joshua, and encourage and strengthen him. For he shall lead this people across, and will cause them to inherit the land that you see. So Moses, though he had led them through fire and wilderness, through sea and storm, was told to stand only as a witness. His eyes would see the promise, but his feet would not touch it. And yet even in this, there was glory, for the hand of God was guiding the next leader, and the covenant would not fail. And thus the people waited in the valley near Beth Peor, standing on the edge of destiny, with their prophet's voice echoing in their hearts, words of remembrance, of judgment, of hope, and of the unshakable faithfulness of their God. Chapter 4. In the silence of the valley near Beth Peor, Moses' voice rose once more, no longer recounting battles or journeys, but reaching into the very soul of the nation. He spoke not of swords and victories, but of obedience, remembrance, and the holiness of their covenant with the living God. Hear now, O Israel, the decrees and the laws I am teaching you. Follow them, that you may live, and may enter and possess the land the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving you. Do not add to what I command you, and do not subtract from it, but keep the commands of the Lord your God. His words struck with the force of truth, reminding them of Baal of Peor, when idolatry had crept among them and many had perished in judgment. Only those who clung to the Lord remained alive. So Moses urged them, "See, I have taught you statutes and laws as the Lord my God commanded me. Observe them carefully, for this will show your wisdom and understanding to the nations. When they hear of these laws, they will say, 'Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.' For what nation is so great as to have their gods near them the way the Lord our God is near us whenever we pray to him? And what nation has such righteous decrees and laws as this body of laws I am setting before you today?" Then his voice turned solemn, almost trembling with urgency. "Only be careful and watch yourselves closely, so that you do not forget the things your eyes have seen, or let them fade from your heart as long as you live. Teach them to your children and to their children after them. Remember the day you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, when he spoke out of the fire, and the mountain blazed with flames to the very heavens. You heard the sound of words, but saw no form. There was only a voice. He declared to you his covenant, the 10 Commandments, which he wrote on 2 stone tablets. Moses warned them against the snare of idols. You saw no form of any kind the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the fire. Therefore, watch yourselves very carefully, so that you do not become corrupt and make for yourselves an idol in the shape of any figure, man or woman, animal on earth, bird in the sky, creature that moves along the ground, or fish in the waters. And when you look up to the heavens and see the sun, the moon, and the stars, do not be enticed to bow down to them. The Lord has allotted those to the nations, But you are the people he brought out of Egypt, a people of his inheritance. Then came the warning that pierced the heart. If you act corruptly and make an idol in the form of anything, you will quickly perish from the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess. You will not live there long, but will certainly be destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the nations, and only a few of you will survive among the peoples. There you will worship gods of wood and stone, which cannot see or hear or eat or smell. But if from there you seek the Lord your God, you will find him if you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in distress and all these things have happened to you, then in later days you will return to the Lord and obey him. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not abandon or destroy you or forget the covenant with your fathers. Moses called them to remember. Ask now about the former days, long before your time. From the day God created man on the earth, has anything so great as this ever happened? Has any other people heard the voice of God speaking out of fire, as you have, and lived? Has any God ever tried to take for himself one nation out of another by trials, by signs and wonders, by war, by a mighty hand and outstretched arm, and by great and awesome deeds, like all the things the Lord your God did for you in Egypt, before your very eyes? His voice rose like thunder, pressing the truth deep into their hearts. You were shown these things so that you might know that the Lord is God. Besides him there is no other. From heaven he made you hear his voice to discipline you. On earth he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out of the fire, because he loved your fathers and chose their descendants after them. He brought you out of Egypt by his presence and great strength, to drive out nations greater and stronger than you, and to bring you into their land, to give it to you as your inheritance. Then he declared the heart of the matter. Acknowledge and take to heart this day that the Lord is God in heaven above and on the earth below. There is no other. Keep his decrees and commands, so that it may go well with you and your children after you, and that you may live long in the land the Lord your God gives you for all time. And at that moment, Moses set apart 3 cities of refuge east of the Jordan, places where those who killed unintentionally could flee and live. Justice and mercy were woven together, for even in wrath, God remembered compassion. Finally, Moses proclaimed with solemn authority the laws, decrees, and statutes given in the wilderness when Israel came out of Egypt. His voice carried not only command, but covenant, not only law, but life. And as the people listened in silence, they knew this was no ordinary speech. It was a divine summons, a fire meant to burn in the heart of every generation to come. Chapter 5. Moses summoned all Israel to himself, and with a voice steady and solemn he declared, "Hear, O Israel, the decrees and laws I proclaim in your hearing today. Learn them and be careful to do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb. It was not with our fathers alone that the Lord made this covenant, but with us, all of us who are alive here today. From the fire on the mountain, he spoke to you face to face, while I stood between the Lord and you, to declare his word. For you were afraid of the blazing fire and did not climb the mountain. Then Moses recited the words that burned into stone and into the very soul of the nation the 10 Commandments. The heart of the covenant. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol in the form of anything in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on their children to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Observe the Sabbath day by keeping it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath to the Lord. On it you shall not do any work, you, your son or daughter, your servants, your ox or donkey, or any foreigner within your gates, so that your servants may rest as you do. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord has commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother, as the Lord commanded, so that you may live long and that it may go well with you in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. You shall not set your desire on your neighbor's house or land, his servant or maid, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to him. These words the Lord spoke with a mighty voice to the entire assembly at the mountain, from the heart of the fire, from the cloud and the deep darkness. He added nothing more. Then he wrote them on 2 stone tablets and gave them to Moses. Moses recalled how the people, terrified by the fire and thunder, had pleaded, "Behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice from the fire. But now, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us, if we hear the voice of the Lord our God any longer. We will die. Go near and listen to all that the Lord our God says, and then tell us whatever he tells you. We will listen and obey." The Lord heard their words and said, "They are right in all that they have spoken. Oh, that their hearts would always be inclined to fear me and to keep my commands, so that it might go well with them and their children forever." Then the Lord commanded, "Go, say to them, return to your tents. But as for you, Moses, stay here with me, so that I may give you all the commands, decrees, and laws you are to teach them to follow in the land I am giving them to possess." And so Moses closed with this charge: "Be careful to do what the Lord your God has commanded you. Do not turn aside to the right or to the left. Walk in obedience to all that the Lord has commanded you, so that you may live and prosper and prolong your days in the land you will possess." The people listened, and the fire of Sinai seemed to burn again in their hearts, not the fire of terror, but the fire of a covenant that bound heaven and earth together. Chapter 6. When the echo of the 10 Commandments still lingered in the hearts of the people, Moses lifted his voice again, not with the weight of law alone, but with the warmth of a father speaking to his children. These are the commands, the decrees, and the laws the Lord your God directed me to teach you, to be observed in the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess, so that you, your children, and their children after them may fear the Lord your God as long as you live by keeping all his decrees and commands, so that your days may be prolonged. Hear them, O Israel, and be careful to obey, that it may go well with you and that you may increase greatly in a land flowing with milk and honey, just as the Lord promised your fathers. Then Moses spoke words that would become the heartbeat of Israel, the prayer whispered through centuries, the Shema that still resounds today. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. These words were not mere commands. They were a covenant of love, a call to devotion deeper than law, stronger than fear. Moses urged, "These commandments I give you today are to be upon your hearts. Impress them on your children. Speak of them when you sit at home, when you walk along the road, when you lie down, and when you rise up. Bind them as a sign upon your hand and as frontlets between your eyes. Write them on the doorframes of your houses and on your gates." For Moses knew that memory fades, but covenant must be etched into life itself, into daily rhythms, into families, into every breath. And then he warned them, "When the Lord your God brings you into the land he swore to your fathers' houses filled with all kinds of good things you did not provide, wells you did not dig, vineyards and olive groves you did not plant, then when you eat and are satisfied, be careful that you do not forget the Lord, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. Fear the Lord your God. Serve him only, and take your oaths in his name. Do not follow other gods, the gods of the peoples around you, for the Lord your God is a jealous God among you, and his anger will burn against you, and he will destroy you from the face of the land. He reminded them of Massah, the place where their fathers tested God, demanding water in doubt and fear. Do not put the Lord your God to the test. Moses declared, as you did at Massah, be sure to keep the commands of the Lord your God and do what is right and good in his sight, so that it may go well with you, and you may go in and possess the good land the Lord promised to your fathers, thrusting out all your enemies before you. And Moses foresaw the questions of the children yet unborn. In the days to come, when your son asks you, "What is the meaning of the decrees and laws the Lord our God has commanded you?" then tell him, "We were slaves of Pharaoh in Egypt, but the Lord brought us out with a mighty hand. He showed signs and wonders, great and terrible, upon Egypt, Pharaoh, and his whole household, but he brought us out from there to bring us in and give us the land he promised to our fathers. The Lord commanded us to obey all these decrees and to fear him, so that we might always prosper and be kept alive, as is the case today. And if we are careful to obey all this law before the Lord our God, that will be our righteousness. And as the people listened, the words of Moses wrapped around them like a mantle, words of warning, words of promise, words of love. The Lord was not a distant deity, but the one who had rescued them, the one who had chosen them, the one who now called them to love him with every breath. Chapter 7. When Moses had finished calling Israel to love the Lord with all their heart, soul, and strength, his voice turned to warning and command, sharp as a sword, yet tender as a shepherd's plea. When the Lord your God brings you into the land you are entering to possess, he will drive out before you many nations: the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations larger and stronger than you. And when the Lord delivers them over to you and you have defeated them, you must destroy them totally. Make no covenant with them, and show them no mercy. Do not intermarry with them, for they will turn your sons and daughters away from following me to serve other gods. Then the anger of the Lord will burn against you and will quickly destroy you. He spoke with the fire of a prophet and the clarity of a father. This is what you are to do with them: break down their altars, smash their sacred stones, cut down their Asherah poles, and burn their idols in the fire. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord has chosen you out of all the peoples on the face of the earth to be his treasured possession, and lest pride rise in their hearts. Moses reminded them, the Lord did not set his affection on you and choose you because you were more numerous than other peoples, for you were the fewest of all. But it was because the Lord loved you and kept the oath he swore to your fathers, that he brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the land of slavery, from the power of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God. He is the faithful God, keeping covenant of love to 1,000 generations of those who love him and keep his commands, but repaying to their face those who hate him. Therefore keep the commands, decrees, and laws I give you today. Then came words of promise, like rain after drought. If you pay attention to these laws and are careful to follow them, then the Lord your God will keep his covenant of love with you. He will bless you, increase you greatly, bless the fruit of your womb, the crops of your land, your grain, new wine, and oil, the calves of your herds, and the lambs of your flocks in the land he swore to your fathers. You will be blessed more than any other people. None among you will be childless, none among your livestock barren. The Lord will keep you free from every disease. He will inflict on you none of the terrible plagues of Egypt, but he will lay them on all who hate you. And yet again Moses spoke with steel. You must destroy all the peoples the Lord your God gives over to you. Do not look on them with pity, and do not serve their gods, for that will be a snare to you. Perhaps you will say in your heart, "These nations are stronger than we. How can we drive them out?" But do not be afraid of them. Remember well what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the mighty hand, the outstretched arm, the signs, the wonders, the judgments. The Lord your God will do the same to all the peoples you now fear. Moreover, the Lord your God will send the hornet among them, until even the survivors who hide perish. Do not be terrified by them. For the Lord your God, who is among you, is a great and awesome God. Step by step, nation by nation, the conquest would unfold, not swiftly, but surely. The Lord your God will drive out those nations before you little by little. You will not be allowed to eliminate them all at once, lest wild animals multiply around you. But the Lord will deliver them over to you, throwing them into great confusion until they are destroyed. He will give their kings into your hand, and you will wipe out their names from under heaven. No one will be able to stand against you. And with a final charge, Moses commanded, "Burn the images of their gods in the fire. Do not covet the silver and gold on them. Do not take it for yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it. For it is detestable to the Lord your God. Do not bring a detestable thing into your house, or you will be set apart for destruction like it. Regard it as vile and utterly abhor it, for it is devoted to destruction." Thus Moses' words rang like thunder over the valley, warning against compromise, calling to holiness, promising blessing beyond measure, yet reminding them that their strength was not their own. It was the Lord who loved them, the Lord who chose them, the Lord who would fight for them. And the people, listening in silence, felt both the weight of holy fear and the warmth of divine love. Chapter 8. Moses' voice now turned from the warning of idols to the deeper warning of forgetfulness. For he knew that danger lurks not only in the enemies outside, but in the pride within. Be careful to follow every command I am giving you today, it declared, so that you may live and increase and enter and possess the land the Lord promised on oath to your fathers. He called them to remember. Remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble you and to test you, to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands. He humbled you, causing you to hunger and then feeding you with manna, which neither you nor your fathers had known, to teach you that man does not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of the Lord. Your clothes did not wear out, and your feet did not swell during these 40 years. Know then in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, so the Lord your God disciplines you. The wilderness had not been a curse, but a furnace shaping faith, teaching dependence, forging trust. And now, as the promised land loomed before them, Moses painted its beauty in words like gold. The Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, a land with streams and pools of water, with springs flowing in the valleys and hills, a land with wheat and barley, vines and fig trees, pomegranates, olive oil, and honey. a land where bread will not be scarce and you will lack nothing, a land where the rocks are iron and you can dig copper out of the hills. When you have eaten and are satisfied, praise the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. But then his tone sharpened like the edge of a blade. Be careful that you do not forget the Lord your God, failing to observe his commands, his laws, and his decrees. Otherwise, when you eat and are satisfied, when you build fine houses and settle down, when your herds and flocks grow large and your silver and gold increase, and all you have is multiplied, then your heart will become proud, and you will forget the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. He led you through the vast and dreadful desert, that thirsty and waterless land, with venomous snakes and scorpions. He brought you water out of hard rock. He gave you manna to eat in the desert to humble and test you, so that in the end it might go well with you. Then came the warning that cut deep. You may say to yourself, my power and the strength of my hands have produced this wealth for me. But remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you the ability to produce wealth, and so confirms his covenant, which he swore to your fathers. If you ever forget the Lord your God and follow other gods, bowing down to them and worshiping them, I testify against you today that you will surely be destroyed, like the nations the Lord destroyed before you. So you will be destroyed for not obeying the Lord your God. And the people stood in silence, as Moses' words sank in promises of abundance, warnings of pride, memories of manna, and the eternal truth that the land was not theirs by might, but by mercy. The wilderness had humbled them, the covenant had bound them, and the love of God had sustained them. But only gratitude and obedience would keep them, for the greatest enemy of promise was not hunger in the desert, but forgetfulness in the land of plenty. Chapter 9. Moses' voice grew solemn, carrying both fire and warning. Hear, O Israel, you are now about to cross the Jordan to dispossess nations greater and stronger than you, with large cities that have walls up to the sky. The people are strong and tall descendants of the Anakim, giants whose name fills men with dread. You know of them and have heard it said, who can stand against the Anakim? But understand this day that the Lord your God is the one who goes across ahead of you like a consuming fire. He will destroy them. He will subdue them before you. You will drive them out and annihilate them quickly, as the Lord has promised. Then Moses' words struck like thunder. After the Lord your God has driven them out before you, do not say in your heart, it is because of my righteousness that the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. No, it is on account of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is driving them out. It is not because of your righteousness or your integrity that you are going in to take possession, but because of their wickedness, and to accomplish what the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Know then that it is not for your righteousness that the Lord your God is giving you this land to possess. For you are a stiff-necked people, and he called them to remember their history of rebellion, so they would not fall into pride. From the day you left Egypt until you arrived here, you have been rebellious against the Lord. At Horeb, you provoked the Lord's wrath so greatly that he was angry enough to destroy you. I went up the mountain to receive the tablets of the covenant, the tablets of stone inscribed by the very finger of God. For 40 days and nights I neither ate bread nor drank water. The Lord gave me the 2 tablets, the words of the covenant. But at the end of the 40 days, the Lord said to me, "Go down at once, for your people whom you brought out of Egypt have become corrupt. They have turned quickly away from what I commanded them and made a cast idol for themselves." Moses' voice quivered with memory, for he had seen their sin with his own eyes. I looked, and you had sinned against the Lord your God. You had made for yourselves a golden calf. So I took the 2 tablets and threw them from my hands, breaking them before your eyes. Then once again I fell prostrate before the Lord for 40 days and nights. I ate no bread and drank no water, because of all the sin you had committed, doing what was evil in his sight and arousing his anger. I feared the anger and wrath of the Lord, for he was angry enough with you to destroy you. But the Lord listened to me once more, and he was angry with Aaron and would have destroyed him. But I prayed for Aaron also at that time. He reminded them of the calf, ground to powder, scattered upon the water. He reminded them of Taberah, of Massa, of Kibroth Hattava, places where their complaints and their rebellion had tested the Lord's patience. You have been rebellious against the Lord ever since I have known you, Moses declared, his words heavy with both sorrow and truth. And yet, through all this, he stood as their intercessor. I lay prostrate before the Lord those 40 days and nights, because the Lord had said he would destroy you. I prayed to the Lord and said, "Sovereign Lord, do not destroy your people, your inheritance that you redeemed by your great power and brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Overlook the stubbornness of this people, their wickedness and their sin. Otherwise the land from which you brought us will say, because the Lord was not able to take them into the land he had promised them, and because he hated them, he brought them out to put them to death in the wilderness. But they are your people, your inheritance, whom you brought out by your great power and your outstretched arm." So Moses reminded them that the land was not theirs by merit, but by mercy, not because of their righteousness, but because of God's covenant love, not because they were faithful, but because the Lord was faithful still. Chapter 10. Moses continued his remembrance, his voice both heavy with history and radiant with hope. At that time, the Lord said to me, "Chisel out 2 stone tablets like the first ones, and come up to me on the mountain. Also make a wooden ark. I will write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke. Then you are to put them in the ark." So I made an ark of acacia wood, and chiseled out 2 stone tablets like the first ones. And I went up the mountain with the 2 tablets in my hands. The Lord wrote on them what he had written before, the 10 Commandments. He had proclaimed to you on the mountain out of the fire, on the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them to me. Then I came back down the mountain and put the tablets in the ark I had made, as the Lord commanded, and there they are to this day. He reminded them of the journey, how the Israelites traveled from the wells of the sons of Jachin to Mosera, where Aaron died and was buried, and how Eleazar his son succeeded him as priest. From there they traveled to Gudgoda and then to Jotbatha, a land with streams of water. Through each step, the Lord sustained them, binding his presence to his people. And then Moses lifted his voice to a higher truth. At that time, the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before him, to minister and to pronounce blessings in his name, as they still do today. That is why the Levites have no share or inheritance among their brothers. The Lord himself is their inheritance. As the Lord your God told them. Here Moses' tone shifted, his words piercing through the ages. And now, O Israel, what does the Lord your God ask of you but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to observe the Lord's commands and decrees that I am giving you today for your own good. His voice thundered with majesty as he proclaimed, To the Lord your God belong the heavens, even the highest heavens, the earth, and everything in it. Yet the Lord set his affection on your forefathers and loved them, and he chose you, their descendants, above all nations. As it is today, circumcise your hearts, therefore, and do not be stiff-necked any longer, for the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, mighty and awesome, who shows no partiality and accepts no bribes. He defends the cause of the fatherless and the widow, and loves the alien, giving him food and clothing, and you are to love those who are aliens. For you yourselves were aliens in Egypt. Then Moses drew his words to a crescendo. Fear the Lord your God and serve him. Hold fast to him and take your oaths in his name. He is your praise. He is your God, who performed for you those great and awesome wonders you saw with your own eyes. Your forefathers who went down into Egypt were 70 in all. And now the Lord your God has made you as numerous as the stars in the sky. The people, listening, could feel the weight of those words, law and love woven together, holiness and mercy bound in covenant. Their hearts were called not just to obey outwardly, but to be circumcised inwardly, cut free from pride, softened by love, devoted to the God who chose them, who redeemed them, who would carry them still. Chapter 11. Moses lifted his voice once more, not as a weary prophet, but as a father, urging his children to choose life. Love the Lord your God and keep his requirements, his decrees, his laws, and his commands always. Remember today that it was not your children who saw and experienced the discipline of the Lord your God, his majesty, his mighty hand, his outstretched arm, the signs he performed in Egypt, what he did to Pharaoh, king of Egypt and to his whole country, what he did to the Egyptian army, to its horses and chariots, when he swept them into the Red Sea as they pursued you, and how the Lord brought lasting ruin on them. It was not your children who saw what he did for you in the wilderness until you arrived at this place, but it was your own eyes that saw all these great things the Lord has done. Then Moses declared with urgency, "Observe therefore all the commands I am giving you today, so that you may have strength to go in and take over the land, and so that you may live long in the land the Lord swore to your fathers to give them and their descendants, a land flowing with milk and honey. The land you are entering to possess is not like Egypt, from which you came, where you planted seed and irrigated it by foot, as in a vegetable garden. But the land you are crossing the Jordan to take possession of is a land of mountains and valleys that drinks rain from heaven. It is a land the Lord your God cares for. The eyes of the Lord are continually on it from the beginning of the year to its end." His voice rose like a song of promise. So if you faithfully obey the commands I am giving you to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, then I will send rain on your land in its season, both autumn and spring rains, so that you may gather in your grain, new wine, and oil. I will provide grass in the fields for your cattle, and you will eat and be satisfied. But warning followed, sharp as a sword. Be careful, or you will be enticed to turn away and worship other gods. Then the Lord's anger will burn against you, and he will shut the heavens so that it will not rain, and the ground will yield no produce, and you will soon perish from the good land the Lord is giving you. So Moses commanded, "Fix these words of mine in your hearts and minds. Tie them as symbols on your hands and bind them on your foreheads. Teach them to your children, talking about them when you sit at home, when you walk along the road, when you lie down, and when you rise up. Write them on the door frames of your houses and on your gates, so that your days and the days of your children may be many in the land. The Lord swore to give your fathers as many as the days that the heavens are above the earth." And then came the call of destiny. If you carefully observe all these commands I am giving you to love the Lord your God, to walk in obedience to him, and to hold fast to him, then the Lord will drive out all these nations before you, and you will dispossess nations larger and stronger than you. Every place where you set your foot will be yours. Your territory will extend from the desert to Lebanon, and from the Euphrates River to the western sea. No one will be able to stand against you. The Lord your God will put the terror and fear of you on the whole land, wherever you go, as he promised. Then Moses drew his words into a final charge, pressing decision upon their hearts. "See, I am setting before you today a blessing and a curse. The blessing if you obey the commands of the Lord your God that I am giving you today. To the curse, if you disobey the commands of the Lord your God and turn from the way I command you today, by following other gods you have not known. When the Lord your God has brought you into the land, you are to proclaim the blessing on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal. These mountains are across the Jordan, beyond the western road, near the great trees of Moreh, in the territory of the Canaanites, And he sealed the chapter with this truth: you are about to cross the Jordan to enter and take possession of the land the Lord your God is giving you. When you have taken it and are living there, be sure that you carefully follow all the decrees and laws I am setting before you today. So the people listened, standing between blessing and curse, promise and peril. And the voice of Moses thundered in their hearts a call to love, to remember, and to choose life. Chapter 12. Moses' voice rang with both command and tenderness, carrying the people deeper into the covenant of worship. These are the decrees and laws you must be careful to follow in the land the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you to possess as long as you live in the land. Destroy completely all the places on the high mountains, on the hills, and under every spreading tree where the nations you dispossess worship their gods. Tear down their altars, smash their sacred stones, burn their Asherah poles in the fire. Cut down the idols of their gods and wipe out their names from those places. You must not worship the Lord your God in their way. Then his tone rose with clarity. But you are to seek the place the Lord your God will choose from among all your tribes to put his name there for his dwelling. To that place you must go. There bring your burnt offerings and sacrifices, your tithes and special gifts, what you have vowed to give, and your free will offerings, and the firstborn of your herds and flocks, there in the presence of the Lord your God. You and your households shall eat and rejoice in everything you put your hand to, because the Lord your God has blessed you. Moses reminded them that worship was not to be scattered or careless. You are not to do as we do here today, everyone as he sees fit. For you have not yet reached the resting place in the inheritance the Lord your God is giving you. But you will cross the Jordan and settle in the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. And he will give you rest from all your enemies so that you will live in safety. Then to the place the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name, there you are, to bring everything I command you, your burnt offerings and sacrifices, your tithes and special gifts, and all the choice possessions you have vowed to the Lord. Rejoice before the Lord your God, you, your sons and daughters, your servants, and the Levites from your towns, who have no allotment or inheritance of their own. With great care, Moses gave instructions for daily life. They might eat meat in their towns as they desired, according to the blessing of the Lord, whether clean or unclean. But they were not to eat the blood. You must not eat the blood. Pour it out on the ground like water. And the holy offerings, the tithes, the firstborn, the vows must be brought only to the place the Lord would choose, to be offered before his presence. Then Moses warned them once more, be careful not to be ensnared by inquiring about their gods, saying, how do these nations serve their gods? We will do the same. You must not worship the Lord your God in their way, because in worshiping their gods, they do all kinds of detestable things he hates. They even burn their sons and daughters in the fire as sacrifices to their gods. See that you do all I command you. Do not add to it or take away from it. So the message of Moses thundered across the valley. Worship was not theirs to invent or reshape. It was holy, chosen, marked by the place where God would set his name. Worship was not to be mixed with the abominations of the nations, but purified, consecrated, centered on the living God who had redeemed them. And as the people listened, they knew the land was not only a place to live, but a sanctuary to worship. The inheritance was not only vineyards and wells, but the presence of the Lord dwelling in their midst. Chapter 13. Moses' voice grew sharper now, carrying the urgency of a guardian warning his people of hidden snares. If a prophet, or one who foretells by dreams, arises among you and announces a sign or a wonder, and if the sign or wonder spoken of takes place, yet he says, "Let us follow other gods you have not known, and let us worship them," you must not listen to the words of that prophet or dreamer, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love him with all your heart and with all your soul. It is the Lord your God you must follow, and him you must revere. Keep his commands and obey him, serve him and hold fast to him. His words fell like judgment. That prophet or dreamer must be put to death, because he preached rebellion against the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt and redeemed you from the land of slavery. He tried to turn you from the way the Lord your God commanded you to follow. You must purge the evil from among you. And Moses pressed the warning deeper, closer to home. If your very own brother, your son or daughter, the wife you love, or your closest friend secretly entices you, saying, "Let us go and worship other gods that neither you nor your fathers have known," gods of the peoples around you, you must not yield to him or listen to him. Show him no pity. Do not spare him or shield him. You must certainly put him to death. Your hand must be the first in putting him to death, and then the hands of all the people. Stone him to death, because he tried to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. Then all Israel will hear and be afraid, and no one among you will do such an evil thing again. His voice swelled, warning against corruption, spreading through a whole city. If you hear it said about one of the towns the Lord your God is giving you to live in, that troublemakers have arisen among you and have led the people of their town astray, saying, "Let us go and worship other gods," then you must inquire, probe, and investigate it thoroughly. And if it is true, and it has been proved that this detestable thing has been done among you, you must certainly put to the sword all who live in that town. You must destroy it completely, both its people and its livestock. Gather all the plunder of the town into the middle of the public square and completely burn the town and all its plunder as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. It is to remain a ruin forever, never to be rebuilt. Then he added with a solemn weight, "None of the condemned things shall be found in your hands, so that the Lord will turn from his fierce anger, show you mercy, and have compassion on you, and increase your numbers, as he promised on oath to your forefathers, because you obey the Lord your God." keeping all his commands that I am giving you today, and doing what is right in his eyes." And the people trembled at the sharpness of this word, for it showed the seriousness of idolatry, not a small sin, not a private matter, but a poison that threatened the whole nation. The covenant was not to be mingled with falsehood, the worship of God not to be mixed with the worship of idols. To belong to the Lord was to belong wholly, with no compromise, no divided heart, no secret betrayal. So the chapter closed like a blazing fire, a call to loyalty, a warning against deception, a demand for purity. And the people, listening in silence, felt the fear of God settle upon them, but also the fierce love of a God who would not share his people with another. Chapter 14. And Moses spoke again, his words carrying both tenderness and gravity. "You are the children of the Lord your God. Do not cut yourselves or shave the front of your heads for the dead, for you are a people holy to the Lord your God. Out of all the peoples on the face of the earth, the Lord has chosen you to be his treasured possession." From this truth of identity flowed the call to purity. Moses reminded them that even in what they ate, they were to reflect the holiness of God. "These are the animals you may eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the deer, the gazelle, the roebuck, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, and the mountain sheep. You may eat any animal that has a divided hoof and that chews the cud, but those that chew the cud or have a divided hoof but not both. You must not eat the camel, the rabbit, and the rock badger. They are ceremonially unclean for you. The pig is also unclean, though it has a divided hoof. It does not chew the cud. You must not eat their meat or touch their carcasses." He spoke also of the creatures of the waters. "You may eat whatever has fins and scales, but anything that does not have fins and scales you must not eat. It is unclean for you." And concerning the birds, he named them one by one: the eagle, the vulture, the black vulture, the red kite, the black kite, every raven, the owl, the seagull, the hawk, the little owl, the great owl, the white owl, the desert owl, the osprey, the stork, the heron of every kind, the hoopoe, and the bat, all unclean, but you may eat any clean bird. Do not eat anything that is died naturally. You may give it to the alien living in your towns, or sell it to a foreigner, but you are a people holy to the Lord your God." Then his voice reminded them of the covenant sign: "Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk." For even the smallest act was to carry the mark of holiness, a separation from the practices of the nations around them, from purity of food. Moses turned to generosity of life. "Be sure to set aside 1/10 of all that your fields produce each year. Eat the tithe of your grain, new wine, and oil, and the firstborn of your herds and flocks in the presence of the Lord your God at the place he will choose as a dwelling for his name, so that you may learn to revere the Lord your God always. But if the place is too distant, and you have been blessed with abundance, Exchange your tithe for silver, and take the silver with you. Use the silver to buy whatever you like: cattle, sheep, wine, or other fermented drink, or anything you wish. Then you and your household shall eat there in the presence of the Lord your God and rejoice." And he added with compassion, "Do not neglect the Levites living in your towns, for they have no allotment or inheritance of their own. At the end of every 3 years, bring all the tithes of that year's produce and store it in your towns, so that the Levites, the foreigners, the fatherless, and the widows may come and eat and be satisfied. And so the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands." Thus Moses wove together holiness and generosity, purity and compassion, law and mercy. The people were to be marked not only by what they rejected, but by how they gave, how they cared, how they lived as children of the living God. And as his words echoed across the valley, Israel understood that holiness was not a burden but a calling, not merely rules but identity. They were the chosen, the set apart, the beloved of the Lord in their lives, down to what they ate and how they gave, were to shine with his glory. Chapter 15. Moses' voice softened, turning from stern warnings about idols to the tender call of compassion and justice, revealing the merciful heart of the Lord. At the end of every 7 years you shall grant a release of debts. This is how it shall be done. Every creditor shall release what he has lent to his fellow Israelite. He shall not demand payment from his brother, because the Lord's time of release has been proclaimed. From a foreigner you may exact it, but whatever is yours with your brother, you must release. And Moses declared with confidence, "There should be no poor among you, for the Lord will richly bless you in the land he is giving you to possess as your inheritance, if only you fully obey him and carefully follow all these commands. The Lord your God will bless you as he promised, and you will lend to many nations but borrow from none. You will rule over many nations, but none will rule over you." Yet he knew the weakness of human hearts, and so he spoke further. "If there is a poor man among your brothers in any of the towns of the land the Lord your God is giving you, do not be hard-hearted or tight-fisted toward your poor brother. Rather, open your hand and freely lend him whatever he needs. Beware of harboring this wicked thought in your heart. The 7th year, the year of release, is near, and so you show ill will toward your needy brother and give him nothing. He may then cry out to the Lord against you, and you will be guilty of sin. Give generously to him, and do so without a grudging heart. Then the Lord your God will bless you in all your work and in everything you put your hand to, for there will always be poor people in the land. Therefore I command you to open wide your hand to your brother, to the needy, and to the poor in your land." Moses also spoke of Hebrew servants, reminding Israel of mercy born out of memory. "If one of your brothers, a Hebrew man or woman, sells himself to you and serves you 6 years, in the 7th year you must set him free, and when you release him, do not send him away empty-handed. Furnish him generously from your flock, from your threshing floor, and from your winepress. Give to him as the Lord your God has blessed you. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. That is why I command you this today. And if a servant chose to remain, bound not by chains, but by love, Moses said, if he says to you, I will not go away from you, because he loves you and your household and prospers with you, then take an awl and pierce his ear at your door, and he shall be your servant for life. Do the same for your maidservant. Such service was not slavery, but devotion freely given, a covenant of loyalty between lives knit together. Finally, Moses reminded them of consecration. Set apart for the Lord your God every firstborn male of your herds and flocks. Do not work the firstborn of your oxen, and do not shear the firstborn of your sheep. Each year you and your household shall eat them before the Lord your God at the place he will choose for them all. But if an animal has any defect, if it is lame or blind, or has any serious flaw, you must not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. Eat it in your towns. Both the ceremonially clean and the unclean may eat it, as though it were gazelle or deer. Only you must not eat the blood. Pour it out on the ground like water. So Moses ended with a vision of justice and mercy intertwined. Holiness was not only separation, but compassion. The covenant was not only law, but liberation. Israel was reminded once you were slaves, and the Lord redeemed you. Therefore, you must live as a people who redeem, who give, who bless. Chapter 16. Moses' voice turned now toward the rhythm of worship, the heartbeat of the covenant people. Observe the month of Abib and celebrate the Passover of the Lord your God, because in the month of Abib he brought you out of Egypt by night. Sacrifice the Passover to the Lord your God, an offering from the flock or the herd, in the place the Lord will choose as a dwelling for his name. Do not eat it with bread made with yeast, but for 7 days eat unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, because you left Egypt in haste, so that all the days of your life you may remember the time of your departure from the land of bondage. His words carried both command and memory. For 7 days no yeast shall be seen among you, nor shall any of the meat you sacrifice remain until morning. You must not sacrifice the Passover in any town the Lord your God gives you, except in the place he will choose to establish his name. There you shall sacrifice the Passover at sunset, when the sun goes down, at the time of your departure from Egypt. Then roast it and eat it in the place the Lord your God will choose. In the morning return to your tents. For 6 days eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day hold an assembly to the Lord your God and do no work. From Passover, Moses moved to the feast of harvest and joy. Count off 7 weeks from the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain. Then celebrate the Feast of Weeks to the Lord your God by giving a free will offering in proportion to the blessings the Lord your God has given you. And rejoice before the Lord your God, you, your sons and daughters, your servants, the Levites, the foreigners, the fatherless, and the widows living among you, in the place the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and carefully follow these decrees. And then came the feast of fullness, the ingathering of blessing. Celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days after you have gathered the produce of your threshing floor and your winepress. Be joyful at your festival, you, your sons and daughters, your servants, the Levites, the foreigners, the fatherless, and the widows who live in your towns. For 7 days celebrate the festival to the Lord your God at the place he will choose. For the Lord will bless you in all your harvest and in all the work of your hands, and your joy will be complete. Moses drew the vision together in one breath. 3 times a year, all your men must appear before the Lord your God at the place he will choose at the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacles. No man should appear before the Lord empty-handed. Each of you must bring a gift in proportion to the way the Lord your God has blessed you. But worship was not only feasting, it was justice lived out among the people. And so Moses commanded, appoint judges and officials for each of your tribes in every town the Lord your God is giving you, and they shall judge the people fairly. Do not pervert justice or show partiality. Do not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the righteous. Follow justice and justice alone, so that you may live and possess the land the Lord your God is giving you. And with holy fire he warned, do not set up any wooden Asherah pole beside the altar you build to the Lord your God. And do not erect a sacred stone, for these the Lord your God hates. So chapter 16 closed with the great summons of worship festivals of remembrance, rejoicing, and thanksgiving woven together with the call to justice and purity. Israel was reminded that to serve the Lord was to celebrate his deliverance, to rejoice in his provision, and to walk in his righteousness. For he was the God who had chosen them, redeemed them, and blessed them beyond measure. Chapter 17. Moses' voice grew solemn as he turned from festivals of joy to the weight of holiness and justice. Do not sacrifice to the Lord your God an ox or a sheep that has any defect or flaw in it, for that would be detestable to him. If a man or woman is found among you in one of your towns, doing what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, violating his covenant, bowing down to the sun, the moon, or the stars of the sky, and worshiping them, things which I have not commanded, when it is reported to you and you investigate it thoroughly, and if it is true and proven that such a detestable thing has been done in Israel, then you must bring that man or woman to the city gate and stone them to death. On the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses, a person shall be put to death, but never on the testimony of one alone. The hands of the witnesses must be the first to strike, and then the hands of all the people. You must purge the evil from among you. Then Moses spoke of justice in the land, his voice strong as a pillar. If cases come before your courts that are too difficult for you to judge, whether bloodshed, lawsuits, or assaults, take them to the place the Lord your God will choose. Go to the Levitical priests and to the judge who is in office, and they will give you a verdict. You must act according to the decision they give you. Do not turn aside from what they declare to you, either to the right or to the left. The man who shows contempt for the judge or the priest who stands ministering before the Lord your God must be put to death. You must purge the evil from Israel, so that all the people will hear and be afraid, and not act presumptuously again. And then, with prophetic vision, Moses spoke of days yet to come, when Israel would be settled in the land and might desire a king. When you enter the land the Lord your God is giving you, and you say, "Let us set a king over us like all the nations around us," you shall surely set over you a king whom the Lord your God chooses. He must be from among your brothers. Do not place a foreigner over you. The king must not acquire great numbers of horses for himself, or send the people back to Egypt to get more horses. For the Lord has said, "You must never go back that way again." He must not take many wives, or his heart will be led astray. He must not accumulate large amounts of silver and gold. Then Moses gave the law that would set the true king apart when he takes the throne of his kingdom. He is to write for himself on a scroll a copy of this law, taken from that of the priests, the Levites. It is to be with him, and he is to read it all the days of his life, so that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, and carefully follow all the words of this law and these decrees. He must not consider himself better than his brothers, or turn aside from the commands to the right or to the left, so that he and his descendants may reign a long time over his kingdom in Israel. So chapter 17 ended with a vision, a nation anchored in justice, guided by priests, led by kings who bowed first to God's law. Israel was to be unlike the nations around them, not ruled by wealth, or by horses, or by pride, but by the living word of the Lord. Chapter 18. Moses turned now to speak of those set apart for the service of the Lord, the priests, who are Levites. All the tribe of Levi shall have no allotment or inheritance with Israel. They shall live on the offerings made to the Lord by fire, for that is their inheritance. They shall have no portion of land among their brothers. The Lord is their inheritance. As he promised them, he reminded the people of their duty. This is the share due to the priests from the people. From those who sacrifice a bull or a sheep, they are to give the priest the shoulder, the cheeks, and the stomach. You are to give them the first fruits of your grain, new wine, and oil, and the first wool from the shearing of your sheep. For the Lord your God has chosen them and their descendants out of all your tribes to stand and minister in his name forever. And if a Levite left his town and came to the place the Lord chose for his name, he was to serve there just as his brothers did, sharing equally in their benefits. For the Lord himself was their portion. Then Moses' voice grew sharper, warning against the practices of the nations. When you enter the land the Lord your God is giving you, do not learn to imitate the detestable ways of those nations. Let no one be found among you who sacrifices his son or daughter in the fire, who practices divination or sorcery, interprets omens, engages in witchcraft, casts spells, or who is a medium or spiritist, or consults the dead. Anyone who does these things is detestable to the Lord. And because of these detestable practices, the Lord your God will drive out those nations before you. You must be blameless before the Lord your God. The nations sought guidance through sorcerers and diviners, but Israel was to be different. Their God himself would speak. And so Moses gave a promise that echoed through the ages. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among your brothers. You must listen to him. For this is what you asked of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, "Let us not hear the voice of the Lord our God, nor see this great fire anymore, or we will die." The Lord said to me, "What they say is good. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers. I will put my words in his mouth, and he will tell them everything I command him. If anyone does not listen to my words that the prophet speaks in my name, I myself will call him to account." And 6. But alongside this great promise came a grave warning. A prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded him, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, must be put to death. And Moses gave them wisdom to discern. You may say in your heart, "How can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord, if what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true? That is a message the Lord has not spoken. That prophet has spoken presumptuously. Do not be afraid of him." Thus the chapter closed with both hope and fear, the promise of a prophet to come, greater than Moses, carrying the very words of God, and the danger of false voices that would lead astray. The people were left trembling, knowing that their future would depend on hearing, discerning, and obeying the true word of the Lord. Chapter 19. Moses spoke again, his words weaving justice and mercy into the fabric of the covenant. When the Lord your God has destroyed the nations whose land he is giving you, and when you have settled in their towns and houses, set apart 3 cities for yourselves in the land he gives you to possess. Build roads to them and divide the land the Lord is giving you into 3 parts, so that anyone who kills a man may flee there. For the Lord commanded provision for mercy. This is the rule concerning the man who flees there to save his life, one who kills his neighbor unintentionally, without malice, aforethought. For instance, if 2 men go out into the forest to cut wood, and as one swings the axe, the iron head slips from the handle and strikes the other so that he dies, that man may flee to one of these cities and live. Otherwise, the avenger of blood, hot with anger, might pursue him, overtake him if the distance is too great, and kill him, though he was not deserving of death, since he had not acted in hatred. Therefore I command you to set apart 3 cities. But mercy was not to enable evil. If the Lord your God enlarges your territory, as he promised on oath to your fathers, and gives you the whole land he promised them, then you are to add 3 more cities besides these 3. Do this so that innocent blood will not be shed in your land, and you will not be guilty of bloodshed. Yet, If a man hated his neighbor and lay in wait for him, attacked him, and killed him, and then fled to one of these cities, the elders were to send for him, remove him from the city, and hand him over to the avenger of blood to die. Show him no pity. Purge from Israel the guilt of shedding innocent blood, so that it may go well with you. Moses then turned to the matter of land itself. Do not move your neighbor's boundary stones set up by your predecessors in the inheritance you receive in the land the Lord your God is giving you. For the land was holy, and justice required faithfulness, even in hidden places, and justice was to be safeguarded by truth. One witness is not enough to convict a man accused of any crime or offense he may have committed. A matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. If a malicious witness takes the stand to accuse a man of a crime, the 2 men involved in the dispute must stand in the presence of the Lord before the priests and the judges who are in office. The judges must investigate thoroughly, and if the witness proves to be a liar, giving false testimony against his brother, then do to him as he intended to do to his brother. You must purge the evil from among you. The rest of the people will hear of this and be afraid, and never again will such an evil thing be done among you. And then Moses ended with the words of justice that cut like a blade. Show no pity, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. So the chapter closed with balanced mercy for the innocent, judgment for the guilty, and justice that was both fair and fearsome. Israel was reminded that the covenant was not only about worship, but about living together in righteousness, where the blood of the innocent was protected, the wicked were exposed, and the community walked in the fear of the Lord. Chapter 20. Moses now turned his voice toward the battlefield, where fear and faith would clash. When you go to war against your enemies and see horses and chariots and an army greater than yours, do not be afraid of them, for the Lord your God, who brought you up out of Egypt, will be with you. He commanded that before battle, the priest was to step forward and speak to the army. Hear, O Israel, today you are going into battle against your enemies. Do not let your hearts faint. Do not be afraid. Do not panic. And do not tremble before them. For the Lord your God is the one who goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, and to give you victory. Then the officers were to speak to the people, saying, Has anyone built a new house and not yet dedicated it? Let him go home, lest he die in battle and another dedicate it. Has anyone planted a vineyard and not begun to enjoy it? Let him go home, lest he die in battle and another enjoy it. Has anyone become pledged to a woman and not married her? Let him go home, lest he die in battle and another marry her. And then the officers were to add, If anyone is afraid or faint-hearted, let him go home, so that his brothers will not become disheartened too. Only then were commanders appointed to lead the people into war. Moses then gave the laws of mercy in battle. When you march up to attack a city, first, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to you and shall serve you. But if they refuse to make peace and they engage you in battle, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put to the sword all the men in it. As for the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourselves. Use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. But this mercy was not extended to the nations of Canaan itself, for they were set apart for judgment. In the cities of the nations, the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. Do not leave alive anything that breathes. Completely destroy them: the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you. Otherwise, they will teach you to follow all the detestable things they do in worshiping their gods, and you will sin against the Lord your God, even in the heat of battle. Moses taught restraint. When you lay siege to a city for a long time, fighting against it to capture it, do not destroy its trees by putting an axe to them, because you can eat their fruit. Do not cut them down. Are the trees of the field human beings, that you should besiege them? You may cut down trees that you know are not fruit-bearing, and use them for building siege works against the city until it falls. So the laws of war were given not only courage for the heart, not only commands for the sword, but also mercy, order, and restraint. Israel was to be unlike the nations around them, for even in war, they were called to remember that the battle belonged to the Lord, and holiness must guide every deed. Chapter 21. Moses spoke again, his words reaching into the daily life of Israel, binding even hidden matters to the holiness of God. If in the land the Lord your God is giving you someone is found slain, lying in the field, and it is not known who killed him, your elders and judges shall go out and measure the distance to the surrounding towns. Then the elders of the town nearest the slain man shall take a heifer that has never been worked and has never worn a yoke. Bring it down to a valley with flowing water that has not been plowed or planted, and break the heifer's neck there in the valley. The priests, the sons of Levi, shall step forward, for the Lord your God has chosen them to minister and to pronounce blessings in his name, and to decide all cases of dispute and assault. Then all the elders of the town shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley, and they shall declare, our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it done. Lord, forgive your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, and do not hold your people guilty of the blood of an innocent man, and the bloodshed will be atoned for. From there Moses spoke of mercy and war. When you go to war against your enemies and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take captives, if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. Bring her into your home, to have her shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside the clothes she was wearing when captured. After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and mother for a full month, then you may marry her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. If you are not pleased with her, you must let her go wherever she wishes. You must not sell her or treat her as a slave. Since you have dishonored her, then his voice turned to the matters of inheritance and family order. If a man has 2 wives, and he loves one but not the other, and both bear him sons, but the firstborn is the son of the wife he does not love, when he wills his property to his sons, he must not give the rights of the firstborn to the son of the loved wife in preference to the actual firstborn, the son of the unloved wife. He must acknowledge the son of the unloved wife as the firstborn by giving him a double share of all he has. That son is the first sign of his father's strength. The right of the firstborn belongs to him. And Moses spoke of rebellious children, a warning to every household. If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who does not obey his father and mother, and will not listen to them when they discipline him, his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him to the elders at the gate of his town. They shall say to the elders, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard." Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. You must purge the evil from among you. All Israel will hear of it and be afraid. Finally, Moses gave the law concerning one hung on a tree. If a man guilty of a capital offense is put to death and his body is hung on a tree, you must not leave his body there overnight. Be sure to bury him that same day, because anyone who is hung on a tree is under God's curse. You must not desecrate the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. So the chapter closed with a sobering reminder: justice belongs to the Lord. From unsolved blood in the field to rebellion in the family, from captives of war to those cursed upon a tree, every life was weighed before the eyes of the Holy One. Israel was called to walk in reverence, for the land itself was sacred, set apart for the covenant people of God. Chapter 22. Moses turned his voice to the ordinary paths of daily life, showing that holiness must dwell not only in worship and battle, but also in the small deeds of kindness and justice. If you see your brother's ox or sheep straying, do not ignore it. Take it back to him. If he does not live near you, or if you do not know who he is, take the animal home with you and keep it until he comes looking for it. Then give it back to him. Do the same if you find his donkey, his cloak, or anything he loses. Do not ignore it. If you see your brother's donkey or ox fallen on the road, do not pass by. Help him lift it up. Even in creation, care was commanded. A woman must not wear men's clothing, nor a man wear women's clothing. For the Lord your God detests anyone who does this. If you come across a bird's nest beside the road, in any tree or on the ground, with a mother sitting on the young or on the eggs, do not take the mother with the young. You may take the young, but be sure to let the mother go, so that it may go well with you, and you may live a long life. Moses spoke also of safety and responsibility. When you build a new house, make a parapet around your roof, so that you may not bring the guilt of bloodshed on your house if someone falls from it. Purity was to govern even the fields. Do not plant 2 kinds of seed in your vineyard. If you do, both the crop and the fruit will be defiled. Do not plow with an ox and a donkey yoked together. Do not wear clothes of wool and linen woven together. Make tassels on the four corners of the cloak you wear. Then he turned to matters of marriage and morality, with words as sharp as fire. If a man marries a woman and, after lying with her, dislikes her and slanders her, claiming, "I married this woman, but when I lay with her I did not find proof of her virginity," then the girl's father and mother shall bring proof to the town elders. If the charge is false, they shall fine the man, and he may never divorce her. But if the charge is true, and no proof can be found, she shall be stoned at her father's house. For she has done a disgraceful thing in Israel by being promiscuous while in her father's house. You must purge the evil from among you. He continued, if a man is found sleeping with another man's wife, both must die. You must purge the evil from Israel. If a man seizes a betrothed virgin in the city and sleeps with her, both shall be stoned. For she did not cry out though she was in the city. But if it happens in the field, only the man shall die. For though she cried out, there was no one to rescue her. If a man meets a virgin not pledged to be married and forces her, he must pay her father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife for life. A may never divorce her. A man shall not marry his father's wife, for this dishonors his father's bed. So the chapter rang with commands, both merciful and severe commands to care for animals, for neighbors, for purity of life, and for the honor of the family. Holiness was not distant or abstract. It was woven into daily labor. The field, the house, the marriage bed. Thus Moses closed this portion of the law, and the people understood the covenant was not only in the sanctuary, not only on the battlefield, but in every step of life on the road, in the field, on the roof, at the table, within the home. To be God's people meant to live as holy in all things, great and small. Chapter 23. Moses lifted his voice, teaching Israel that the holiness of God must rest not only in their worship and laws, but even in the very ordering of the camp. No one who has been emasculated or born of a forbidden union may enter the assembly of the Lord. Even to the 10th generation, no Ammonite or Moabite may enter the assembly of the Lord, because they did not meet you with bread and water on your way out of Egypt, and because they hired Balaam son of Beor to curse you. Yet the Lord your God turned the curse into a blessing, because he loves you. Do not seek a treaty of friendship with them as long as you live. But he added mercy. Do not despise an Edomite, for he is your brother. Do not despise an Egyptian, because you lived as an alien in his country. The children of the 3rd generation born to them may enter the assembly of the Lord. Moses then spoke of purity within the camp. When you are encamped against your enemies, keep yourself from every evil thing. If a man becomes unclean because of a nocturnal emission, he must go outside the camp and stay there until evening. Then he shall bathe himself, and at sunset he may return. Designate a place outside the camp where you can relieve yourselves. As part of your equipment, carry a shovel, And when you relieve yourself, dig a hole and cover it. 2. For the Lord your God moves about in your camp to protect you and deliver your enemies to you. Your camp must be holy, so that he will not see anything indecent among you and turn away from you. He gave laws of compassion, binding justice to mercy. Do not hand over to their master a slave who has escaped to you from his master. Let him live among you wherever he chooses, in the town he likes. Do not oppress him. And laws of purity and worship. No Israelite man or woman is to become a shrine prostitute. You must not bring the earnings of a prostitute or a male prostitute into the house of the Lord your God to pay any vow, because the Lord detests them both. Moses' words extended even to daily dealings. Do not charge your brother interest, whether on money or food or anything else that may earn interest. You may charge a foreigner interest, but not a brother Israelite, so that the Lord your God may bless you in everything you put your hand to in the land you are entering. He reminded them of the solemn weight of promises. If you make a vow to the Lord your God, do not be slow to pay it, for he will surely require it of you, and you will be guilty of sin. Whatever your lips utter, you must be sure to do, because you made your vow freely to the Lord your God with your own mouth. And finally, Moses taught about respect for the land and generosity in daily life. If you enter your neighbor's vineyard, you may eat all the grapes you want, but do not put any in your basket. If you enter your neighbor's grain field, you may pick kernels with your hand, but you must not use a sickle to harvest his grain. So the chapter ended with laws that touched both the camp and the marketplace, the battlefield and the vineyard, vows made in the sanctuary and deeds done in secret. All of life was bound in holiness, for the Lord walked among his people, watching, blessing, protecting, and calling them to be his own. Chapter 24. Moses' voice turned to the delicate matters of family, justice, and mercy, weaving holiness into the very fabric of daily life. If a man marries a woman who becomes displeasing to him because he finds something indecent about her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce, gives it to her, and sends her from his house, and if after she leaves, she becomes the wife of another man, and her second husband dislikes her and writes her a certificate of divorce, or if he dies, then her first husband may not take her back again. That would be detestable in the eyes of the Lord. Do not bring sin upon the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. He added mercy into the law. If a man has recently married, he must not be sent to war or have any other duty laid on him. For 1 year he is to be free to stay at home and bring happiness to the wife he has married. Justice was to guard against oppression. Do not take a pair of millstones, or even the upper one, as security for a debt, because that would be taking a man's livelihood as pledge. If a man is found kidnapping one of his brothers and treating him as a slave or selling him, that kidnapper must die. You must purge the evil from among you. Moses also reminded them to guard against disease and impurity. Be careful to follow diligently the instructions of the priests concerning skin diseases. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam along the way after you came out of Egypt. And with a stern yet merciful tone, he continued, when you make a loan of any kind to your neighbor, do not go into his house to get what he is offering as a pledge. Stay outside and let the man bring the pledge out to you. If he is poor, do not keep his cloak overnight. Return it to him by sunset so that he may sleep in it. When he cries out to the Lord, you will be guilty of sin. Moses called for dignity even in labor. Do not take advantage of a hired man who is poor and needy. Whether he is a brother, Israelite, or an alien living in your land, pay him his wages each day before sunset, because he is poor and counting on it. Otherwise he may cry to the Lord against you, and you will be guilty of sin. And then he proclaimed the principle of justice. Fathers shall not be put to death for their children, nor children for their fathers. Each is to die for his own sin. His voice then swelled with compassion. Do not deprive the foreigner or the fatherless of justice, or take the cloak of the widow as a pledge. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. That is why I command you to do this. And finally, Moses commanded generosity in the harvest. When you are harvesting in your field and you overlook a sheaf, do not go back to get it. Leave it for the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat the olives from your trees, do not go over the branches a second time. Leave what remains for the alien, the fatherless, and the widow. When you harvest the grapes in your vineyard, do not go over the vines again. Leave what remains for the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt. That is why I command you to do this. So the chapter closed not with the weight of wrath, but with the beauty of mercy laws that guarded the poor, the widow, the orphan, and the foreigner. Israel was reminded that they, too, had once been helpless, and it was the Lord who redeemed them. Therefore, they were called to mirror his compassion in every field, every vineyard, every corner of life. Chapter 25. Moses spoke once more, binding fairness and mercy into the life of Israel. When men have a dispute, they are to take it to the court, and the judges will decide the case, acquitting the innocent and condemning the guilty. If the guilty man deserves to be beaten, the judge shall make him lie down and have him flogged in his presence with the number of lashes the crime deserves, but never more than 40. If he is flogged with more than that, your brother will be degraded in your eyes. Then Moses turned from justice in court to justice in the field. Do not muzzle an ox while it is treading out the grain. Even the laboring beast was to eat from its work. For mercy must govern all things great and small. And he spoke of the duty of family loyalty. If brothers live together and one of them dies without a son, his widow must not marry outside the family. Her husband's brother shall take her and marry her and fulfill the duty of a brother-in-law to her. The first son she bears shall carry the name of the dead brother, so that his name will not be blotted out of Israel. But if the man does not want to marry his brother's wife, she shall go to the elders at the town gate and say, My husband's brother refuses to carry on his brother's name in Israel. Then the elders shall summon him. And if he still refuses, his brother's widow shall go up to him in the presence of the elders, take off his sandal, spit in his face, and declare, "This is what is done to the man who will not build up his brother's family line. That man's line shall be known in Israel as the family of the unsandaled." Ineta. Moses spoke also of justice in moments of conflict. If two men are fighting and the wife of one comes to rescue her husband from his assailant, and she reaches out and seizes the other man by his private parts, you must cut off her hand. Show her no pity, for holiness demanded restraint and purity. Even in the heat of struggle, he commanded fairness in trade. Do not have two differing weights in your bag, one heavy, one light. Do not have two differing measures in your house, one large, one small. You must have accurate and honest weights and measures, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. For the Lord detests anyone who deals dishonestly. And then Moses recalled the cruelty of Amalek, sealing the chapter with a call to memory and justice. Remember what Amalek did to you along the way when you came out of Egypt, how he met you on your journey and attacked all who were weary and lagging behind. When you were faint and weary, he had no fear of God. When the Lord your God gives you rest from all the enemies around you in the land he is giving you, you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. Do not forget. So the chapter closed with a rhythm of justice, discipline for the guilty, mercy for the ox, loyalty to the family, honesty in trade, and the call to remember Amalek's treachery. In all things, Israel was commanded to be holy, to deal truthfully, and to walk with justice before the Lord. Chapter 26. Moses' voice now turned to worship, expressed in gratitude. When you have entered the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, and have taken possession of it and settled in it, take some of the first fruits of all that you produce from the soil of the land the Lord your God is giving you, and put them in a basket. Then go to the place the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name, and say to the priest in office at the time, I declare today to the Lord your God that I have come to the land the Lord swore to our fathers to give us. The priest shall take the basket from your hands and set it down in front of the altar of the Lord your God. And then the worshiper was to speak words of remembrance, a confession of history and salvation. My father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down into Egypt with a few people and lived there and became a great nation, powerful and numerous. But the Egyptians mistreated us and made us suffer, subjecting us to harsh labor. Then we cried out to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and the Lord heard our voice and saw our misery, toil, and oppression. So the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with great terror and with miraculous signs and wonders. He brought us to this place and gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And now I bring the first fruits of the soil that you, O Lord, have given me. The basket was then placed before the Lord, and the worshiper bowed down, And you and the Levites and the aliens among you shall rejoice in all the good things the Lord your God has given to you and your household. Moses also commanded about the tithe in the 3rd year, the year of special giving, when you have finished setting aside 1/10 of all your produce in the 3rd year. Give it to the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, so that they may eat in your towns and be satisfied. Then say before the Lord your God, I have removed from my house the sacred portion and have given it to the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, according to all you commanded. I have not turned aside from your commands, nor forgotten any of them. I have not eaten any of the sacred portion while in mourning, nor removed any of it while unclean, nor offered any of it to the dead. I have obeyed the Lord my God. I have done everything you commanded me. Look down from heaven, your holy dwelling place, and bless your people Israel and the land you have given us, a land flowing with milk and honey, as you promised on oath to our fathers. Well, then Moses lifted his voice, sealing the covenant once more. This day the Lord your God commands you to observe these decrees and laws. Carefully follow them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have declared this day that the Lord is your God and that you will walk in his ways, keep his decrees, commands, and laws, and obey him. And the Lord has declared this day that you are his people, his treasured possession as he promised, and that you are to keep all his commands. He has declared that he will set you in praise, fame, and honor high above all the nations he has made, and that you will be a people holy to the Lord your God, as he promised. So the chapter ended as covenant and worship became one remembrance of deliverance, gratitude for blessing, compassion for the poor, and devotion of the whole heart. Israel was called to live not only as a nation chosen, but as a people thankful, holy, and set apart for the glory of the Lord. Chapter 27. Moses, together with the elders of Israel, commanded the people, keep all the commands I give you today. When you have crossed the Jordan into the land the Lord your God is giving you, set up large stones and coat them with plaster. Write on them all the words of this law when you have crossed over, so that you may enter the land the Lord your God is giving you, a land flowing with milk and honey, just as the Lord promised your fathers. And when you have crossed the Jordan, set up these stones on Mount Ebal, and build there an altar to the Lord your God. The altar was to be made of uncut stones, untouched by iron. Build the altar of the Lord your God with field stones, and offer burnt offerings on it to the Lord your God. Sacrifice fellowship offerings there, eating them and rejoicing in the presence of the Lord your God. And you shall write very clearly all the words of this law on these stones you have set up. Then Moses and the Levitical priests spoke to all Israel, be silent, O Israel, and listen. Today you have become the people of the Lord your God. Obey the Lord your God and follow his commands and decrees that I give you today. Moses then gave orders for a sacred ceremony of blessing and cursing. When you have crossed the Jordan, 6 tribes shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people: Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. And 6 shall stand on Mount Ebal to pronounce curses: Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. The Levites shall recite to all the people of Israel in a loud voice. And so began the solemn litany. Cursed is the man who carves an image or casts an idol, an abomination to the Lord, the work of the craftsman's hands, and sets it up in secret. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed is the man who dishonors his father or his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who moves his neighbor's boundary stone. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who leads the blind astray on the road. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who withholds justice from the foreigner, the fatherless, or the widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who sleeps with his father's wife, for he dishonors his father's bed. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who has sexual relations with any animal. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who sleeps with his sister, the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who sleeps with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who kills his neighbor secretly. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who accepts a bribe to kill an innocent person. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is the man who does not uphold the words of this law by carrying them out. And all the people shall say, Amen. Thus the mountain would echo with solemn words, blessings and curses proclaimed, covenants sealed not only in stone but in the hearts of the people. Israel was reminded that to walk with the Lord was life and blessing, but to turn aside was death and curse. Chapter 28. Moses' voice rose with solemn power, proclaiming the heart of covenant destiny, the blessings for obedience. If you fully obey the Lord your God and carefully follow all his commands I give you today, but the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations on earth. All these blessings will come upon you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God. You will be blessed in the city and blessed in the country. The fruit of your womb will be blessed, and the crops of your land, and the calves of your herds, and the lambs of your flocks. Your basket and your kneading trough will be blessed. You will be blessed when you come in, and blessed when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They will come at you from one direction but flee from you in 7. The Lord will send a blessing on your barns and on everything you put your hand to. The Lord your God will bless you in the land he is giving you. The Lord will establish you as his holy people, as he promised on oath, if you keep his commands and walk in his ways. Then all the peoples of the earth will see that you are called by the name of the Lord, and they will fear you. The Lord will grant you abundant prosperity in the fruit of your womb, the calves of your herds, and the crops of your ground in the land, He swore to your fathers to give you. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season, and to bless all the work of your hands. You will lend to many nations, but will borrow from none. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail. If you pay attention to the commands of the Lord your God, you will always be at the top, never at the bottom. Do not turn aside from any of the commands I give you today, to the right or to the left, following after other gods to serve them. The curses for disobedience. But then Moses' voice thundered like a storm, heavy with warning. However, if you do not obey the Lord your God and do not carefully follow all his commands and decrees, all these curses will come upon you and overtake you. You will be cursed in the city and cursed in the country. Your basket and your kneading trough will be cursed. The fruit of your womb will be cursed, and the crops of your land, the calves of your herds, and the lambs of your flocks. You will be cursed when you come in, and cursed when you go out. The Lord will send on you curses, confusion, and rebuke in everything you put your hand to, until you are destroyed and come to sudden ruin because of the evil you have done. The Lord will plague you with diseases until he has destroyed you from the land. He will strike you with wasting disease, fever, inflammation, scorching heat, drought, blight, and mildew. The sky over your head will be bronze, the ground beneath you iron. The Lord will turn the rain of your land into dust and powder. It will come down from the skies until you are ruined. Moses' words grew darker, painting the terror of disobedience. The Lord will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You will become a thing of horror to all the kingdoms of the earth. Your carcasses will be food for the birds of the air and the beasts of the earth. The Lord will afflict you with boils, tumors, madness, and blindness. At midday you will grope about like a blind man in the dark. You will be unsuccessful in everything you do. Day after day you will be oppressed and robbed, with no one to rescue you. You will be pledged to be married to a woman, but another will take her and lie with her. You will build a house, but you will not live in it. You will plant a vineyard, but you will not even begin to enjoy its fruit. Your ox will be slaughtered before your eyes, but you will eat none of it. Your donkey will be forcibly taken from you. Your sons and daughters will be given to another nation, and you will wear out your eyes watching for them day after day, powerless to lift a hand, and the curses deepened, stretching like shadows. The Lord will drive you and the king you set over you to a nation unknown to you or your fathers. There you will worship other gods of wood and stone. You will become an object of horror, a byword, and a scorn among all the nations where the Lord will drive you. You will sow much seed in the field, but harvest little, because locusts will devour it. You will plant vineyards and cultivate them, but you will not drink the wine or gather the grapes, because worms will eat them. All these curses will pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you did not obey the Lord your God and observe his commands. They will be a sign and a wonder against you and your descendants forever." Finally, Moses' words reached a chilling climax. "Because you did not serve the Lord your God joyfully and gladly in the time of prosperity, you will serve the enemies the Lord sends against you in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and dire poverty. He will put an iron yoke on your neck until he has destroyed you. The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the ends of the earth, swift as an eagle, fierce and ruthless. They will besiege all your towns until your high fortified walls fall. You will live in terror day and night, never feeling secure. The Lord will scatter you among all nations, from one end of the earth to the other. Among those nations you will find no rest. The Lord will give you an anxious mind, eyes weary with longing, and a despairing heart. You will live in constant suspense, filled with dread both night and day, never sure of your life." And he ended with this grim prophecy: "The Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt on a journey I said you should never make again. There you will offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as slaves, but no one will buy you." So chapter 28 closed as a mountain with two sides: on one, blessings higher than the heavens; on the other, curses darker than the grave. Israel stood before both, called to choose life or death, obedience or rebellion, blessing or curse. Chapter 29. Moses summoned all Israel and spoke with a voice heavy with remembrance and covenant fire. "You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in Egypt to Pharaoh, to all his officials, and to his whole land. With your own eyes you saw the great trials, those miraculous signs and wonders. But to this day the Lord has not given you a heart to understand, or eyes to see, or ears to hear. During the 40 years I led you through the desert. Your clothes did not wear out, nor did the sandals on your feet. You ate no bread and drank no wine or fermented drink, so that you might know that I am the Lord your God." He reminded them of their victories along the way, how they conquered Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, and gave their land to Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. Therefore carefully follow the terms of this covenant, so that you may prosper in everything you do." Then Moses called them to covenant renewal. "All of you are standing today in the presence of the Lord your God, your leaders and chiefs, your elders and officials, all the men of Israel, together with your children and your wives, and the foreigners living in your camps who chop your wood and carry your water. You are standing here to enter into a covenant with the Lord your God. A covenant the Lord is making with you this day, and sealing with an oath, to confirm you this day as his people, that he may be your God, as he promised you, and as he swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But the covenant was not only for those who stood there. I am making this covenant with its oath, not only with you who are standing here with us today in the presence of the Lord our God, but also with those who are not here today." Then Moses warned against turning away. "You yourselves know how we lived in Egypt and how we passed through the nations on the way here. You saw among them detestable images and idols of wood and stone, silver and gold, Make sure there is no man or woman, clan or tribe, whose heart turns away today from the Lord our God to go and worship the gods of those nations. Make sure there is no root among you that produces such bitter poison. If anyone heard the words of this oath and arrogantly thought, I will be safe, even though I persist in going my own way, disaster would fall upon him. The Lord will never be willing to forgive him. His wrath and jealousy will burn against that man. All the curses written in this book will fall upon him, and the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven. The Lord will single him out for disaster from all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant written in this book of the law. Moses then spoke of future generations who would look upon the land laid waste. Your children who follow you and the foreigner who comes from a distant land will see the calamities that have fallen on the land and the diseases with which the Lord has afflicted it. The whole land will be a burning waste of salt and sulfur, nothing planted, nothing sprouting, no vegetation growing, like the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. All the nations will ask, why has the Lord done this to this land? Why this fierce, burning anger? And the answer will be, it is because this people abandoned the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers, the covenant he made with them when he brought them out of Egypt. They went and served other gods, bowing down to them gods they had not known. Therefore the Lord's anger burned against this land, so that he brought on it all the curses written in this book. In furious anger and great wrath, the Lord uprooted them from their land and thrust them into another land, as it is now. Oblu. And Moses closed with a mystery. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may follow all the words of this law. So the chapter ended in both warning and wonder, God's covenant revealed, but his purposes deeper than man could see. Israel was called to faithfulness, to remember, and to stand in awe before the God who redeems, who judges, and who keeps covenant to all generations. Chapter 30. Moses' voice turned from the weight of curses to the hope of restoration, offering Israel a future even beyond failure. When all these blessings and curses I have set before you come upon you, and you take them to heart wherever the Lord your God disperses you among the nations, and when you and your children return to the Lord your God and obey him with all your heart and with all your soul, then the Lord your God will restore your fortunes and have compassion on you. He will gather you again from all the nations where he scattered you, even if you have been banished to the most distant land under the heavens. From there the Lord your God will bring you back. Moses' words glowed with promise. The Lord your God will bring you into the land that belonged to your fathers, and you will take possession of it. He will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors. The Lord your God will circumcise your hearts and the hearts of your descendants, so that you may love him with all your heart and with all your soul, and live. And as for their enemies, the Lord your God will put all these curses on your foes who hate and persecute you. You will again obey the Lord and follow all his commands, and the Lord will make you most prosperous in all the work of your hands, in the fruit of your womb, the calves of your herds, and the crops of your land. The Lord will again delight in you and make you prosperous, just as he delighted in your fathers, if you obey him and turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Then Moses reminded them that this command was not distant or unreachable. What I am commanding you today is not too difficult for you or beyond your reach. It is not up in heaven, so that you would ask, who will ascend into heaven to get it and proclaim it to us so we may obey it? Nor is it beyond the sea, so that you would ask, who will cross the sea to get it and proclaim it to us so we may obey it? No, the word is very near you. It is in your mouth and in your heart so you may obey it. And then came one of the most solemn declarations in all Scripture. Moses said, "See, I set before you today life and prosperity, death and destruction. For I command you today to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commands, decrees, and laws. Then you will live and increase, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land you are entering to possess. But if your heart turns away and you are not obedient, and if you are drawn away to bow down to other gods and worship them, I declare to you this day that you will surely be destroyed. You will not live long in the land you are crossing the Jordan to enter and possess." His voice trembled with urgency. "This day I call heaven and earth as witnesses against you that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live, and that you may love the Lord your God. Listen to his voice and hold fast to him, for the Lord is your life, and he will give you many years in the land he swore to give to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." So chapter 30 closed as both a warning and an invitation. The covenant not only about law, but about life, not only about obedience, but about love. Israel was called to choose, to cling, to live, for the Lord himself was their life and their future. Chapter 31. Then Moses went out and spoke these words to all Israel. "I am now 120 years old, and I am no longer able to lead you. The Lord has told me, you shall not cross the Jordan, but the Lord your God himself will cross over ahead of you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you will take possession of their land. Joshua also will cross over ahead of you, as the Lord said, and the Lord will do to them what he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, whom he destroyed along with their land. The Lord will deliver them to you, and you must do to them all that I have commanded. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." Then Moses summoned Joshua, and in the presence of all Israel he said, "Be strong and courageous, for you must go with this people into the land the Lord swore to their forefathers to give them, and you must divide it among them as their inheritance. The Lord himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged." Moses wrote down the law and gave it to the priests. the sons of Levi, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel, and he commanded them, at the end of every 7 years, in the year for canceling debts, during the Feast of Tabernacles, when all Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place he will choose. You shall read this law before them in their hearing. Assemble the people, men, women, children, and the foreigners living in your towns so they can listen. Learn to fear the Lord your God, and follow carefully all the words of this law. Their children, who do not yet know it, must hear it and learn to fear the Lord your God as long as you live in the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess. Then the Lord appeared to Moses in the tent of meeting, in a pillar of cloud that stood over the entrance. And the Lord said, "You are going to rest with your fathers, and these people will soon prostitute themselves to the foreign gods of the land they are entering. They will forsake me and break the covenant I made with them. On that day, my anger will burn against them, and I will forsake them. I will hide my face, and they will be destroyed. Many disasters and difficulties will come upon them, and they will say, 'Have not these disasters come upon us because our God is not with us?' And I will certainly hide my face on that day because of all their wickedness in turning to other gods." But God gave Moses a command of remembrance. "Now write down for yourselves this song and teach it to the Israelites, so that it may be a witness for me against them, when I bring them into the land flowing with milk and honey, and they eat their fill and prosper. They will turn to other gods and reject me. And when many disasters and difficulties come upon them, this song will testify against them, for it will not be forgotten by their descendants." So Moses wrote down the words of the song that very day and taught it to the Israelites. Then the Lord gave this command to Joshua, son of Nun: "Be strong and courageous, for you will bring the Israelites into the land I promised them on oath, and I myself will be with you." After Moses finished writing in a book the words of this law from beginning to end, he gave this command to the Levites who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord: "Take this book of the law and place it beside the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God. There it will remain as a witness against you, for I know how rebellious and stiff-necked you are. If you have been rebellious against the Lord while I am alive and with you, how much more will you rebel after I die? Assemble before me all the elders of your tribes and all your officials, so that I can speak these words in their hearing and call heaven and earth to testify against them. For I know that after my death you are sure to become utterly corrupt and to turn from the way I have commanded you. In days to come, disaster will fall upon you because you will do evil in the sight of the Lord and provoke him to anger by what your hands have made." And Moses recited the words of this song from beginning to end in the hearing of the whole assembly of Israel. So chapter 31 closed with a solemn passing of the torch, Moses preparing to depart, Joshua rising in strength, the law written as witness, and a song given to echo across generations. Israel stood at the threshold of promise, warned of rebellion, yet assured of God's presence with the faithful. Chapter 32. Moses lifted his voice like thunder and song. calling heaven and earth to witness. Listen, O heavens, and I will speak. Hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. Let my teaching fall like rain, my words descend like dew, like showers on new grass, like abundant rain on tender plants. I will proclaim the name of the Lord. Oh, praise the greatness of our God. He is the rock. His works are perfect, and all his ways are just. A faithful God who does no wrong. Upright and just is he. But then the song turned to sorrow. They have acted corruptly toward him. To their shame, they are no longer his children, but a warped and crooked generation. Is this the way you repay the Lord? O foolish and unwise people, is he not your Father, your Creator, who made you and formed you? Moses called them to remember. Remember the days of old. Consider the generations long past. Ask your father, and he will tell you, your elders, and they will explain to you. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided all mankind, he set up boundaries for the peoples according to the number of the sons of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob, his allotted inheritance. He sang of God's care. In a desert land he found him, in a barren and howling waste. He shielded him and cared for him. He guarded him as the apple of his eye. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest and hovers over its young, that spreads its wings to catch them and carries them on its pinions. The Lord alone led him. No foreign god was with him. But then came the turning of Israel's heart. Jeshurun grew fat and kicked, filled with food. He became heavy and sleek. He abandoned the God who made him and rejected the rock, his Savior. They made him jealous with their foreign gods and angered him with their detestable idols. They sacrificed to demons, which are not God, gods they had not known, gods that recently appeared, gods your fathers did not fear. You deserted the rock who fathered you. You forgot the God who gave you birth. And the Lord's judgment thundered through the song. I will hide my face from them and see what their end will be, for they are a perverse generation, children who are unfaithful. I will make them envious by those who are not a people. I will make them angry by a nation that has no understanding. For a fire has been kindled by my wrath, one that burns to the realm of death below. It will devour the earth and its harvests, and set afire the foundations of the mountains. Yet even in wrath, mercy was promised. For the Lord said, when I sharpen my flashing sword, and my hand grasps it in judgment, I will take vengeance on my adversaries and repay those who hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, while my sword devours flesh, the blood of the slain and the captives, the heads of the enemy leaders. And then the song rose again with hope and final triumph. Rejoice, O nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants. He will take vengeance on his enemies and make atonement for his land and people. When Moses finished reciting all the words of this song, he said to Israel, take to heart all the words I have solemnly declared to you this day, so that you may command them to your children to obey carefully all the words of this law. They are not just idle words for you, they are your life. By them you will live long in the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess. That very day the Lord said to Moses, "Go up into the Abarim range to Mount Nebo in Moab, across from Jericho, and view Canaan, the land I am giving to the Israelites as their possession. There, on the mountain, you will die and be gathered to your people, just as your brother Aaron died on Mount Hor. This is because both of you broke faith with me in the presence of the Israelites at the waters of Meribah Kadesh, and because you did not uphold my holiness among them. Therefore, you will see the land only from a distance. You will not enter the land I am giving to the people of Israel." So the song of Moses ended a hymn of glory. Grief, judgment, and hope etched forever into the heart of Israel as a witness to the God who saves, the Rock who judges, and the Redeemer who forgives. Chapter 33. This is the blessing that Moses, the man of God, pronounced upon the children of Israel before his death. He said, "The Lord came from Sinai and dawned over them from Seir. He shone forth from Mount Paran. From his right hand came fire for them. Surely it is you who love the people. All the holy ones are in your hand. At your feet they all bow down, and from you they receive instruction. The law that Moses gave us, the inheritance of the assembly of Jacob. The Lord became king in Jeshurun. When the leaders of the people assembled, along with the tribes of Israel, then Moses blessed each tribe in turn. To Reuben he said, 'Let Reuben live and not die, nor his men be few.' To Judah he said, 'Hear, O Lord, the cry of Judah, bring him to his people. With his own hands he defends his cause. Be his help against his foes.' Of Levi he said, 'Your Thummim and Urim belong to the man you favored.' He said of his father and mother, 'I have no regard for them.' He did not recognize his brothers or acknowledge his own children. But he watched over your word and guarded your covenant. He teaches your precepts to Jacob and your law to Israel. He offers incense before you and whole burnt offerings on your altar. Bless all his skills, O Lord, and be pleased with the work of his hands. Strike down those who rise against him, his foes till they rise no more. Of Benjamin he said, 'Let the beloved of the Lord rest secure in him, for he shields him all day long. And the one the Lord loves rests between his shoulders.' Of Joseph he said, 'May the Lord bless his land with the precious dew from heaven above, and with the deep waters that lie below, with the best the sun brings forth and the finest the moon can yield, with the choicest gifts of the ancient mountains and the fruitfulness of the everlasting hills, with the best gifts of the earth and its fullness, and the favor of him who dwelt in the burning bush. Let all these rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers. In majesty he is like a firstborn bull. His horns are the horns of a wild ox. With them he will gore the nations, even those at the ends of the earth. Such are the 10,000s of Ephraim, such are the thousands of Manasseh. Of Zebulun he said, 'Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and you, Issachar, in your tents. They will summon peoples to the mountain, and there offer sacrifices of righteousness. They will feast on the abundance of the seas, on the treasures hidden in the sand. Of Gad he said, "Blessed is he who enlarges Gad's domain." Gad lives there like a lion, tearing at arm or head. He chose the best land for himself. The leader's portion was kept for him. When the heads of the people assembled, he carried out the Lord's righteous will and his judgments concerning Israel. Of Dan he said, "Dan is a lion's cub, springing out of Bashan." Of Naphtali he said, "Naphtali is abounding with the favor of the Lord and is full of his blessing. He will inherit southward to the lake." Of Asher he said, "Most blessed of sons is Asher. Let him be favored by his brothers, and let him bathe his feet in oil. The bolts of your gates will be iron and bronze, and your strength will equal your days." Then Moses lifted his voice to bless all Israel. "There is no one like the God of Jeshurun, who rides on the heavens to help you and on the clouds in his majesty. The eternal God is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. He will drive out your enemy before you, saying, 'Destroy him,' so Israel will live in safety alone. Jacob's spring is secure in a land of grain and new wine, where the heavens drop dew. Blessed are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by the Lord. He is your shield and helper, your glorious sword. Your enemies will cower before you, and you will trample on their high places." So the chapter ended with blessings overflowing, tribe by tribe, and Israel exalted as the chosen people of the Almighty. Chapter 34. Then Moses climbed from the plains of Moab up to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, across from Jericho. And there the Lord showed him the whole land, the sweep of promise stretching before his eyes, from Gilead to Dan, all of Naphtali, the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, all the land of Judah as far as the western sea, the Negev, and the whole region from the valley of Jericho, the city of palms, as far as Zoar. And the Lord said to him, "This is the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when I said, 'I will give it to your descendants.' I have let you see it with your eyes, but you will not cross over into it." There on the mountain of Moab, Moses, the servant of the Lord, died. As the Lord had spoken, he buried him in Moab, in the valley opposite Beth Peor. But to this day no one knows where his grave is. Moses was 120 years old when he died. Yet his eyes were not weak, nor his strength gone. The Israelites wept for him in the plains of Moab 30 days, until the time of mourning and weeping was over. Now Joshua, son of Nun, was filled with the spirit of wisdom because Moses had laid his hands on him. So the Israelites listened to him and did what the Lord had commanded Moses. And the book closed with this testimony: "Since then, no prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, who did all those miraculous signs and wonders the Lord sent him to do in Egypt to Pharaoh and to all his officials and to his whole land. For no one has ever shown the mighty power or performed the awesome deeds that Moses did in the sight of all Israel." So ended the life of Moses. the servant of God, prophet, leader, lawgiver, to friend of the Almighty, his story sealed in glory, his eyes beholding the promise, his spirit gathered to the one who called him, and Israel stood poised at the threshold of the land, led now by Joshua, but forever shaped by the man who spoke with God as a friend, speaks with a friend. Heavenly Father, you have promised I will never leave you nor forsake you. Tonight, I rest in that eternal truth, just as Moses reminded your people of your faithfulness. I remember that your love surrounds me now. Breathe in, receive his peace. Breathe out, release every worry. Lord, you led Israel through the wilderness, feeding them with manna, guiding them with cloud and fire. So too, you guide my soul through the deserts of this life, and lead me gently into rest, from the top of my head to my shoulders, down through my chest and heart, my arms and hands, my back and legs, to the very tips of my toes. I surrender every part of myself into your keeping. Your word is life. Your covenant is sure. Your blessing is not only for the day, but also for the night. In the quiet, I feel your nearness. In the darkness, I see the light of your promise. As I close my eyes, I rest not in fear but in faith, not in uncertainty, but in covenant love. From the rising of the sun to its setting, you are with me, and even now, as sleep covers me, your presence is my shelter. Thank you, Lord, for this peace. I entrust my night to you, for you are the keeper of my rest. Amen.